are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Foreperson, would you raise your hand? There you go. Has the jury arrived at a verdict? Is it a unanimous verdict? I will proceed to read the verdict. Thank you. In the state of Texas versus Harold Thompson, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Harold Thompson, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed names of the presiding juror. Ladies and gentlemen, would you raise your right hand if that is your verdict? The record will reflect that all hands are raised. Thank you. Does either side wish to further poll the jury? No, no.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to poll the jury.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have the jury numbers, Your Honor.
Well, you can just call them by the numbers. Juror number one
Yes.
starts from there.
Okay, okay. Jury number one, is that your verdict? Jury number two? Jury number three?
Yes.
Jury number four? Jury number five?
Yes.
Jury number six?
Yes.
Jury number seven?
Yes.
8, 9,
Yes.
10, 11, I'm sorry, 12.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the appeal for the innocence phase of the trial, and we will now proceed to the the third phase of the trial, which is the punishment phase. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right. Does either side wish, well, does the state wish to make opening statements?
No, Your Honor.
You waited, okay. All right. Call your first one.
State calls on Maria Vasquez. There will be an interpreter for this one that will need to be sworn.
Okay. All right, Ms. Interpreter, would you raise your hand for me? Well, introduce yourself for the record first.
Master License Carol Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E, license number 1660.
Would you swear that you will interpret from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English as accurately as possible to help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. And this witness is already been sworn.
Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court.
Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Just make sure that you keep your voice up so that the interpreter can hear you, okay? You've now heard that the jury has found the defendant guilty of murder. You understand what we're doing right now, Mr. Vasquez?
Usted ya oyó que el veredicto del jurado fue que el acusado lo encontraron culpable. Entonces, ¿sabe qué vamos a hacer ahora? ¿Sí? Yes.
Knowing that the jury will decide the punishment, what do you want the jury to hold as important in making their decision?
Y ahora que sabe que el jurado está a cargo de imponerle la prueba, la pena, ¿qué quiere decirle usted al jurado? ¿Cómo le ha afectado a usted? ¿Qué es lo que siente?
Mi vida se acabó también.
My life is over too.
Mi corazón se rompió.
My heart broke.
No quiero a mis nietos sufriendo también. Mis nietos sufren todos los días por su mamá.
My grandchildren suffer every day because of the lack of mom.
Cuando Luna me pregunta, mi mamá que se despierta, mi mamá está dormida.
When Lula says, my mother is asleep, I want her to wake up.
Ms. Vasquez, there are a lot of people here with you. Who all is here with you today in the courtroom?
Señora, hay mucha gente con usted hoy aquí en esta sala. ¿Quién más está con usted?
Mis primas, mis sobrinas, mi hija.
My cousins, my nieces, my daughters.
Can you tell this jury how Gabby's death has affected your family?
¿Qué puede decir al jurado cómo ha afectado la muerte de su hija a toda su familia?
Ella sufre tanto como yo también, porque mi hija era muy querida por todos.
They're suffering as much as I am because my daughter was loved by everyone.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
I'm now gonna show you what is marked as States Exhibit 177. Do you recognize the people in this photograph?
¿Reconoce a la gente que está en esta foto?
Claro que sí.
Of course I do.
Who's in the photograph?
¿Quiénes están?
Mi Gaby,
My Gabby,
mis nietos.
my grandchildren.
Will now offer States Exhibit 177, tendering to defense for an objection.
No objections.
All right, State Exhibit 177 is read for all purposes.
Permission to publish, your honor.
You may.
Looking at States 177, what's important about this picture, Ms. Vasquez?
Mirando esta foto, que es la prueba del ilustrado número 177, ¿qué es lo importante en esta foto?
Ella siempre quería tener su familia así.
She always wanted to have her family like that.
When was this photograph taken?
¿Cuándo sacaron esa foto?
El día del cumpleaños del niño.
On the boy's birthday.
When is his birthday?
¿Y cuándo es el cumpleaños de él?
Abril 4.
April the 4th.
April the 4th. Would this have been the same year Gabby died?
¿Sería esto del mismo año que falleció su hija Gaby?
Sí,
Yes,
fue su última foto con ellos.
that was her last photograph with them.
You pass the witness.
Defense.
I have no questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias.
State, call your next witness.
Nelda Simpson.
This witness hasn't been sworn before, has she?
Yes, she testified in guilty innocence.
Oh, she did, okay. You're still under oath then?
Ms. Simpson, you're the same Ms. Simpson that testified in the guilt innocence portion of this trial, is that right?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and keep your voice up.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Gabriela Gonzalez or her family at all before any of this?
No.
Are you friends with them now?
After,
Okay. How did you come to meet them?
through this ordeal. That's how I met them.
Did you know the defendant, Harold Thompson or Trey before this?
No.
Can you tell the jury how witnessing what you witnessed before this killing has affected you since?
It's traumatized me. I had to move from my place because every time I come to that Shell station, to that light, to the stoplight, I prayed to God that I would be able to pass it, because the moments that I would wait for that light, I would see Gabby just laying there. He affected my life. I see him in my sleep. I see those evil, cruel eyes. Has no remorse, none. I begged him to let her go several times. And yet he would pull her hair and pull her back,
How long had you lived in that little area, that community, before
6 years.
before the shooting?
6 years.
Can you talk about how this killing has affected that community?
I haven't been back since I moved, so I couldn't tell you. But during the time that his arrest took place, people were scared. People were scared that he was still running around loose, you know. It's affected people.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Ms. Vasquez. The jury has a decision to make. What do you want them to consider as important when they're deliberating this defendant's punishment?
He's a menace to society. He is the type of person that shows no remorse, none. He's the type of person that's silent, that will do it again. He will. And that's what's important, is that he's a menace to society and he doesn't belong to get any free time. None, none.
We'll pass on this, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you didn't know Mr. Thompson before this, correct?
No, they're not.
And the only time you've seen Mr. Thompson is, well, you said he's silent.
Yes,
And you understand sitting in court, he has a right to be silent, right?
yes,
Okay. And you aren't someone who can foretell the future, correct?
correct.
Okay. So you can't tell this jury what Mr. Thompson will or will not do because you're not God, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, State.
Nothing further.
Need this witness be released?
No objection.
She may, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Call Detective Sarah.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
You're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, sir. You're the same Detective Sarah that testified in guilt innocence phase, is that right?
Good morning, yes, sir.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
For 6 years.
And have you worked a few cases or many cases?
Unfortunately, many.
In working this kind of case, what is unique about this case?
The callousness and disregard, just blatant disregard for human life. In the 6 years that I've been a homicide detective, cases like this are why I took the job, is to get justice for families like Gabby's and make sure individuals like Harold never commit a murder like this again.
The murders you worked, they happen in one type of location or many types of locations?
All through the city of Dallas.
Have you worked murders that happen in vehicles,
Yes, sir.
in apartments,
Yes, sir.
or in homes,
Yes, sir.
in businesses,
Yes, sir.
in alleys?
Yes, sir.
Is this unique in terms of location where this happened?
Yes, it's at a gas station in the morning where people are taking their kids to school, where they're going to work. Gabby's life just wasn't put in danger that day. Everybody who was in that immediate area's life was in danger. Bullets don't have a name. We're not all marksmen. We're lucky in the sense that only one person was killed, but nobody should have been killed.
Detective, is part of your duties to investigate the entire facts and circumstances surrounding a killing?
Yes, sir.
We heard testimony in guilt innocence about a tow truck incident in March of 2023. Do you recall looking into that?
Yes, sir.
And part of that was a report being made by Gabby against the defendant. Do you recall looking into that?
Yes, sir.
What kind of report did Gabriela Gonzalez make against this defendant?
It was an assault, family violence, strangulation.
And what was the timing, if you can help the jury understand the timing of when the report was made or when the alleged impeding strangulation took place?
Yes, sir. The report was made in March. The alleged offense happened in December.
And so, are people allowed to do that? They come into the police station and say, hey, something happened 3 months ago, I need y'all to look into it.
Yes, sir, and it's extremely common in family violence situations.
Now, we heard that that day, the defendant was not arrested for that impeding case. Was the impeding report made before or after this tow truck incident?
It was, if I recall correctly, a little bit after.
Wait, which one was after?
I don't recall the exact dates. I know they were reported close in time to each other.
Would a look at your notes refresh your memory as to timing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I apologize. The family violence report was made on March 18th, and
If the tow truck incident was on March 20th, 2023, would that be
Yes.
after that?
yes, that's it. The tow truck incident happened after the family violence report.
Okay, so in terms of timing, if a report's made 2 days earlier, can you talk about how that might work if someone is encountered by the police, such as the defendant, 2 days later, but that report is only 2 days old? Can you talk about how that might go?
Yeah, so previously I was in assaults prior to homicide, which is the unit that would have handled this. In assaults, you get 10 or so cases a day, and there's anywhere from 10 to 12 assaults detectives. So you're getting a large number of cases per day. Those cases, before they even get to the detective, start with the patrol officer who takes the report, then goes to our staff review who approves it just to make sure it complies with the necessary reporting systems. Then it goes to a sergeant, then it gets to a detective. Then that detective begins the investigation along with the current caseload and the future, or in the caseloads that they get that day. So, if we would love to be as efficient as possible of getting to an investigation that day and getting it clear that same day, it's extremely impractical in the sense of getting 10 to 12 cases a day. So there's a delay in that. So if someone's encountered during that time delay of getting the investigation when you're reaching out to the victim and the witness and all that, somebody could not have a warrant at that time.
And so, in your investigation of the full facts and circumstance of this case, did the defendant have a warrant on that day the police encountered him on March 20th of 2023?
He did not.
I'm gonna ask you the same question that I've asked the previous two witnesses. With the decision the jury has to make, what would you ask them to hold as important as they have their discussions?
We're all sons, daughters, brothers, sisters. At the end of the day, something as dangerous as this, we all live in this county, we all partake in events in this community. Individuals like Harold do not need to be in this community for the obvious reasons.
Pass witness.
Defense?
Detective Sarah, as the detective in murder cases, you said you've worked them for 6 years now?
Yes, ma'am, I've been homicide for 6 years.
Okay, and in those 6 years, you come to court and testify,
Yes,
and then you come and testify in punishment as well when you're asked by the state, correct?
yes, ma'am.
So this isn't abnormal, this is what you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, pass the witness.
Nothing further?
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, he may be released.
Thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All rise.
Y'all may be seated. Walker,
Yes, Judge.
have both sides had an opportunity to review the court's chart?
I have not, I'm visually impaired, I need bigger print, Judge, than what's on my phone. Is there a way we can get a hard copy?
Does the state have any objections?
No objection, I can print a copy.
Perfect, thank you.
Have one.
And I'll review while I'm talking to him.
Very good. Two copies per,
Two for the court, one for the defense, and we'll keep that.
and, email to, my court.
Ms. Carroll?
Okay, and I'll do the other one. Okay, fair enough.
Would you want a hard copy?
Email's fine. Thank you.
And you also have that right to testify, should you choose to testify.
Yes,
If you don't testify, it cannot be held against you.
yes,
You understand that ultimately it is your decision.
yes,
You and I have discussed this for days now, right?
yes,
And we've discussed it again this morning.
yes,
You discussed it with Mr. Reed.
yes,
We've discussed it again since we came back from break.
yes,
And you have to make that decision as to whether or not you're testifying as we prepare this jury charge. You understand that?
yes,
Okay. You understand all of your constitutional rights regarding your right to not testify and how it cannot be used against you.
yes,
You also understand that, as I said, you can testify on your own behalf and take that stand. You understand that?
yes,
Okay. You clear about all of your rights?
yes.
Okay. I'll pass the ball. I rest you on with the testimony of the witness.
Mr. Thompson, and I admonished you during the guilt or the innocence phase as well, asking you if you understood everything that your attorney just asked you.
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody forced or coerced you or promised you anything in return for waiving your right to testify?
No.
No? Okay. You understand that if you do choose to testify, that you will be cross-examined just like any other witness. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And your decision right now is that you will not testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Off the record.
I'm grabbing that hard copy for you, Judge.
Can we be seated, Your Honor?
Yes. on the record, let the record reflect that both parties are present, the defendant's present with his attorney, the jurors are present and seated. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time state calls to the stand DSO Officer Antoinette Owens.
Good morning. Now, Ms. Owens did not testify before, did she?
She has not.
You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State, may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Could you turn to this jury, state and spell your name for the record?
Antoinette Owens, Antoiette, Owens, Owens.
And is it Deputy Owens?
Sergeant,
Sergeant Owens, where are you employed?
South Tower, right at this area,
For the Dallas Sheriff's Office?
the Sheriff's Department.
And Sergeant Owens, in your time at the South Tower in Lucerne, I guess that's the neighboring jail, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you come into contact with an inmate by the name of Harold Vance Thompson III?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Mr. Thompson here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
If this is seat 1, I'm seated in seat 2, 3, 4, 5. Could you tell this court what seat you see Mr. Thompson in?
Seat 4.
Your Honor, let the record reflect this witness has identified this defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
And Sergeant Owens, can you tell this jury, when inmates are booked into Lucerne, are they given a set of, like a code of conduct or a set of rules that they need to follow?
Yes, they're either give it to them in writing, a booklet that they can read, or either it's on their tablet.
And Mr. Thompson himself, he would have indicated or acknowledged what those rules were, is that correct?
Yes, because when they're booked in, they sign the back of it. We have a stamp that we put on there saying that they did receive a copy of it, or they have access to it and they sign.
And these are just general rules, it could be anywhere from something small to something major, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With Mr. Thompson, in the time that you supervised him, how would you say his behavior was as an inmate?
Let's just say I just gave him a lot of verbals. I
What
gave
does
him a
that
lot of
mean?
verbals, just trying to work with him. For us, and if he does something, I'll let him know, of course, what the sanction is. And then hopefully he don't do it again. But I try not to be so quick to write the young men up, the inmates up. But I always work that floor every day at the time, so I was familiar with this behavior. So the particular day in question, I had ended up writing them up because I had already given them verbals. And we only have to give them, one verbal.
Now, verbals would be verbal warnings,
Yes, sir.
and sanctions, is that the same as a rider?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you told us you gave him a lot of chances, you just kind of talked to him one-on-one and gave him a lot of opportunities to correct his behavior, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Going back to, I want to say this is August of 2023, what was the incident that happened where you were your hand was forced and you had to finally write him up?
Okay, well, on the floor where he's at, they have a day room. Whenever you're off your bunk or if you're out of your cell, you're supposed to be fully dressed. When I say fully dressed, you have to have on your shirt, shoes, socks, basically fully dressed shirt and pants on. So that particular day, he was seen in the bedroom without his shirt on. And a lot of times the men, they think that you're playing with them when you give them direct orders to put their clothes on or whatnot. But I made sure that he knew that I wasn't joking with him, and he still refused to put on his shirt. And the thing about that is, if I did not do anything about it, then the other inmates was gonna follow right behind him, and we wouldn't be able to control the tank. I'm gonna be writing them up if they don't comply. So he was written up, served his confirmation, and that was it. Okay, so then, well, actually, it did end up having a board hearing. The board hearing, they're able to run the cameras back, and he's able to state his side of the story. They ended up finding him guilty, and he did 8 days restriction.
How long have you supervised Harold Thompson? Do you know?
I was over that floor for probably about 6 months.
How many people are in a tank? And can you describe for the jury what a tank is as compared to a cell?
Okay, in a tank, there's 2 doors downstairs that hold 2, 4, 5, and 10 inmates in each cell. So there's a total of 4 doors inside of a tank. Each door holds about 8 to 10 bunks.
How many people would you say you have to watch at any given time?
It just kind of depends on the severity of their cases, what exactly they're in there for, how quickly they get bonded out, but I would just say roughly, 40 to 50.
Mr. Thompson was in Lou Sterrett on a murder charge. Would he have been in with other people charged with the same kind of offense, or would it have been just a mix of people with different offenses?
They try to keep everybody classed together.
So we're talking about a tank now with people charged with first-degree violent felonies, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How important is it how important is it for you to keep the inmates in line, and what's the potential that something may get out of control if one inmate falls out of line?
It's one of those things where as long as the inmates will try different things with different officers. So it's best to, even with the small situations, to go ahead and get right on it. Because as I stated before, they will feed off each other. And sometimes that's what the inmates they want. They want somebody else to do the same thing they doing, so they can, really seem like they're a tank boss or something like that. But normally, it just kind of depends on who's working on the floor that day, the response that you get from the inmates.
That's the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. DSL Owens, my name is Ms. Walton. I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't understand my question, please let me know, I'll rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
Only one of us can talk at a time, because everything here is being taken down by the court reporter. Fair enough?
Yes.
How long have you been a DSO officer?
7 years.
Okay. And in the 7 years, this isn't the first time you've had to write somebody up, right? Would you agree with that?
Correct.
That's part of your job as a DSO officer, correct?
Yes.
You write inmates up who break the rules.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're not telling the jury that Mr. Thompson is the only person you had to write up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about giving a lot of verbals, even though only one is required, because you said you don't like to be quick to write the young men up.
Correct.
When Mr. Thompson first arrived, he was 20? Would that be it? Do you remember?
Oh, no, ma'am.
You don't remember?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, he was young. You would agree with that, right?
I don't know when he got there.
Okay. So, well, you testified earlier you were supervising for 6 months, but you don't know how long, when he got there?
He asked me how long had I been working on the floor.
Okay. Supervising him was the question.
Well, that case, I would have to actually look.
Okay.
Because I don't know exactly when he got inside the tank.
Perfect. Okay, so you did not supervise Mr. Thompson for 6 months.
If he's been on that floor for 6 months, then I supervised him for 6 months.
Okay, well, let me just clear up the question. So you were asked earlier, how long had you supervised him? And the answer was 6 months, but that's not the answer because you don't know when he got there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said that on August the 20th, 2023, he was in the day room without a shirt on, correct?
Correct. 29,
I'm sorry, say it again.
29.
Okay, 29th of August, not 20th, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So on August 29th, 2023, he was in the day room without a shirt on.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said when they get off their bunk, they're required to have on a shirt, pants, and I believe you said shoes, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, shirt, pants, shoes. And so because he didn't put his shirt on, he was written up.
After several verbal orders, yes.
I understand that. You told him to put it on, he didn't, you wrote him up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said he lost 8 days of restrictions. What were the restrictions he lost?
When they're in full restriction, they can't have visits or use the phone.
So for 8 days, no,
commissary.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Sorry.
That's okay, go ahead, say it
No
again.
commissary, no visits, no phone.
So no visits, no phones, no commissary. You have to say yes, you can't say mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. So his punishment for not having the shirt on was no phone calls, no visits, no commissary. Tell the jury what commissary is.
Commissary could be anywhere from, food items to, it could be, speakers, headphones for the tablets, but basically they get it for the food portion.
Now, there are certain items in commissary that are considered hygienic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because when a person comes to jail, they get the bare necessities. You would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you use commissary to buy extra food. Is that correct?
Well, the
Snacks.
commissary is the extra food.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I said you use commissary. Commissary is used as a way to get extra food that you can purchase.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can also buy different hygienic items that we talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just things other than the basic necessities you get in jail when you first get taken to jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, DSO Owens, you said inmates try different things with different officers and they feed off each other.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
okay, thank you. And that's why the rules are important.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this what you're able to tell the jury about, the August 29, 2023 incident with Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've had to come to court to testify during punishment for a inmate in trial?
This is the first time I physically came.
Have you been asked before?
Yes.
Okay. And you just didn't come?
They didn't call for me.
Okay. So you've been asked, you just never came?
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further from the state.
May the case be released.
No objection from the state.
She may be, Your Honor.
Thank you. State coordinator, please.
State calls to the stand, Dallas Sheriff's Officer Dixon.
Got two Dixons.
There's one Dixon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you turn to the jury and state and spell your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is DSO Robin Dixon, ROBYN, last name DIXON.
And officer, is that the correct title for you? Or deputy?
Detention training officer.
Detention Training Officer Dixon, how long have you been employed with Dallas County?
I have been employed with the county for approximately 4.5 years.
During your tenure with Dallas County, did you supervise somebody by the name of Harold LaVance Thompson?
Yes, I did.
if this is seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, seat 5, do you see Mr. Thompson in the court?
Yes, I do.
And what seat would he be seated in?
Seat 4.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified this defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
During your supervision, did you have a particular incident that you had to write up Mr. Thompson for? Can you tell this jury what happened?
Basically, I just happened to do a face-to-face round, and I noticed the defendant standing in the window, and he had his pants down, and he was masturbating in front of another female officer.
Now, when you say face-to-face round, what is that?
The face-to-face round is basically when we walk around and just check on the inmates to make sure everyone is in compliance, no one is hurt, no one is fighting, etc.
And this is gonna seem like kind of maybe a dumb question, but are inmates told beforehand you can't do certain things like expose yourself to other officers or to fellow inmates?
Yes,
So when you are doing your round, you said, where is the defendant?
the defendant was standing in the window in plain sight. Normally that's one of the rules, is not to stand in the window, and he was standing in the window.
And was he in front of the officer or was he behind the officer?
No, he was facing the officer. The female officer at the time was sitting down at the computer. So when I first came onto the floor and I looked into the tanks, I could see him to my right, standing in the window, and he was looking towards the female officer that was sitting at the computer.
And you said he had his pants down
Yes,
and he was actively engaged in the act of masturbation?
yes, sir.
Did you confront him or tell him not to do it? What happened next?
Yes, I did. I knocked on the window, and he did see me coming towards him, and he tried to turn around and walk away, and I knocked on the window and I told him to stop.
After witness.
DSO Dixon, I'm gonna ask you some questions. My name is Miss Walton. If you don't understand my question, please let me know. Okay? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
What date was this? Because that's what we're missing. We don't know what date any of this happened.
It was back on April the 21st, 24th,
And what tower was this in?
North Tower.
And had you had interactions with Mr. Thompson before this?
No, I did not.
Okay, so this was your first interaction with Mr. Thomas?
Yes,
Now, you said you were doing rounds
yes, ma'am.
and you saw him in a window. Is this a window facing somewhere in the jail or outside of the jail?
It's facing onto the floor. It's inside of the jail.
And you said that he was facing a female officer who was sitting down in front of the computer.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she see him?
No,
Okay, so she didn't see him.
no, she did not.
And you said you've been a DSO for 4.5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you a DSO somewhere else, or was this your first time as a DSO?
This is my first time as a DSO.
Okay. And in the 4.5 years, you would agree with me that you see all kind of things in the jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And somebody masturbating is not uncommon. I mean, you see those things, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not telling this jury that Mr. Thompson, was just off the chain. This is something that you've seen in the jail before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And something, when you talk to your fellow officers, they've seen as well, right? You would agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many, you wrote him up that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was his restriction?
I believe he was restricted, to the single cells for a period amount of days.
How many days?
I believe it was 14.
So 2 weeks, he was placed in a single cell. Tell the jury what that means.
To be placed in a single cell or restricted cell means, single cell is isolation. He's around nobody, there's no TV, very restricted. He would not be able to roam around with the other inmates.
So, no visits? On the 14th, go
I
ahead.
believe he was allowed visits,
Okay.
family visits. They
So,
were supervised.
okay, I'm sorry. Say that again, because we were both talking.
I believe, I'm sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
I believe he was allowed visits, but, they were supervised, I believe.
So the sanction restriction that you guys say was a single cell for 2 weeks?
Yes,
Okay. And would you consider that also the term solitary?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, when you say solitary, that means he has to pack up his stuff out of that cell he's in,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And he's moved to a different location
Yes, ma'am.
for the 14 days,
Yes, ma'am.
more like isolation,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And I apologize if I asked this already. This was your first interaction with, or your interaction with Mr. Thompson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
First and only?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But that's what you're here to testify about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detention Officer Dixon, even though this was your first interaction, can you tell this jury what, you were a supervisor, you supervised Harold Thompson, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
For a period of months, do you know?
It was a period of months, for about, three months.
Can you tell this jury, how was Harold Thompson as an inmate when you were supervising him?
We had issues with him, as far as basically, staying out of compliance, not doing what he was told. If he, didn't have his clothes on, we would tell him to put his clothes on. He would, a lot of times, he took a long time, putting his clothes on. He was always sitting on the tables. We constantly had to tell him to stop doing what he was doing or to do what he was supposed to if he was not.
What was his attitude like?
A lot of times, sometimes he had that I don't care mentality. Sometimes he was very quiet.
Going back to the masturbation incident, this is a public floor where you caught him doing it, is this correct?
Yes, it is.
Him masturbating in such a public place, in your opinion, do you feel that that shows a lack, I mean, what does that say about his respect for individuals around him?
Disregard for, not just officers, but for female officers.
You testified earlier you supervised him for a period of months. After that, was he transferred or were you transferred?
He was transferred.
How did you feel when he was transferred?
I was relieved.
Why do you say that you were relieved?
He was what we called, he was one of our problem inmates.
For the reasons that you testified testified before or for other reasons as well?
For the reasons I've testified before.
Pass the witness.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. You said he was a problem inmate.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me, there are a lot of problem inmates in the Dallas County Jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's why it's a jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's not behavior that you didn't expect coming to work at the jail, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, when you become a DSO in your training, they talk to you about what to expect from inmates as a DSO officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, encountering the things that you talked about in the 4.5 years, Mr. Thompson is the only inmate you called a problem inmate. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat the question?
Mr. Thompson is the only inmate that you feel like you've said, oh, he's a problem inmate. There are a lot of those, right?
Yes, there are.
Okay. So he's not somebody that is the mea culpa in the Dallas County Jail, right? You wouldn't say that to this jury, right?
No.
Okay. All right. And when Mr. Thompson came to this jail, somebody being born in 2001, they would have to adjust to being in jail. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
When a person comes to jail for the first time, they have to get acclimated to their surroundings. You agree with that?
Yes.
What to do and what not to do.
Correct.
You guys give them a book to read. That was, somebody testified that earlier, but it takes more than a book. You would agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. There's gonna be trial and error during this process, right? When you're in jail.
Correct.
Nobody's gonna come in and be a model inmate. Would you agree with that?
I would disagree.
Okay.
Because there are some inmates that come in and they just keep to themselves.
And they are very far and few between, considering how many inmates are in the Dallas County Jail. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. How many people are currently in the Dallas County Jail right now, as you sit here today?
I would say roughly around 3,000.
3,000 people.
Yes.
Okay. And the majority of them are not the model inmate. You would agree with that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Pass the witness.
State?
Nothing further from the state.
May this witness be released?
No objections from the state.
She may be.
Thank you very much. Ms. Diggity.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a few minutes before noon. So let's take a 1-hour lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock.
All rise.
We all may be seated.
Yeah, we got 2 more already.
Okay.
That's why I was like, stop her. Being very respectful.
They want to be very short.
Huh? I think so.
They won't be sure when I finish cross-examining the judge. You know, look, I have to do my due diligence.
Yeah, we're fine.
And that's what I was considering.
Yeah.
Cross-examining.
Yep.
All right,
But we should be done today
all right.
if the state only
review the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
See you next week.
They call to stand Detention Officer Ontiveros.
Ms. Ontiveros, do you swear, raise your hand, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. Stand and proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Ontiveros. Let me have you pull the mic closer to you, and you speak into it a little more, please. I think that should be good. Let me have you turn to the jury, and could you state and spell your name for the record, and can you tell this jury where you're employed?
My name is Evan Ontiveros, Ebelyn, last name Ontiveros, and I am a detention service officer in North County.
For Dallas County?
Yes, for Dallas County.
How long have you been a detention services officer?
Approximately 6 months.
And that's, in the 6 months you've been an officer, have you supervised an inmate by the name of Harold Vance Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If this is seat 1, I'm in seat 2, seat 3, 4, 5. Could you tell the court what seat that you see Mr. Thompson in?
Seat 4.
I'm going to let the record reflect that this witness has identified this defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Can you tell this jury, on December 21st of 2024, what did you encounter with Mr. Thompson?
So at approximately 7:40 p.m., I observed Thompson in tent 9 at the window with his penis exposed, stroking it in the back, like a forward motion.
Was he masturbating?
Yes, sir.
Was he masturbating, was the masturbation directed to you or to another officer?
He was looking directly at me.
When you noticed it, what was your reaction, what was your response, and how did it make you feel?
I was shocked. Obviously there's some anger behind it, some embarrassment as well.
You were feeling angry?
Yeah, cause no, I'm pretty sure no woman likes to feel that way, like someone exposing themselves to them.
You were feeling embarrassed?
Yes, I was.
Was that the only situation that you had with Mr. Thompson?
Yes, that's the only incident.
That's the witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. State your name for me, please.
Evelyn Ontiveros?
And your voice is really soft. You're gonna have to come into the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Spell that for me.
EVELYNONTIVEROS.
Okay, I'm sorry. Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the last name?
ONTIVEROS, Ontiveros.
Ontiveros,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
All right. And how long have you been a DSO officer?
Approximately 6 months.
So, 6 months as of today's date?
The 19th, approximately. So it'll be on the 19th of this month of February, it'll be 6 months.
And so you started in August of 2024, would that be right?
Yes.
August 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, what tower were you working in, North Tower?
Yes, ma'am, North Tower.
Okay. And have you ever been a DSO officer before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is this your first job since high school?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever worked in a setting like this before?
No, ma'am.
No, never with inmates before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that, so this would have happened roughly 4 months of you working for the Dallas County Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
Okay. And when you started at the Dallas County Sheriff's Department, had you heard stories about what inmates do in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your testimony was that you were shocked when you saw this.
Yes, ma'am.
So you hadn't heard of inmates masturbating in jail before?
I have heard of it.
Okay. You were just shocked that you saw it?
Yes, ma'am. I was expecting that, but I was so shocked.
So you were expecting something like this to happen as you worked as an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said, but you were shocked?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that just one of those, I expected this, but I can't believe it happened, but it did, so I'm not surprised?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you had never had any other incidents with Mr. Thompson?
Not with Mr. Thompson, correct?
Okay. But you've had other incidents with other inmates, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know how many inmates are in the Dallas County Jail right now?
Not on top of my head.
Okay. Does 6,600 sound about right?
I wouldn't be able to say yes or no to that now.
Okay. So when you come in you're on duty today, right? You're working?
No, ma'am. It's my day off.
So you're off today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you come in and you clock in, do they give you guys have to do a head count, right?
So the way the count works is that it's based off every floor, but as during the first watch they do the whole count.
I have no idea what you just said. You have to slow it down and speak into the mic. Can you repeat that?
So I haven't really worked with doing count, so I'm not really sure how that would really work.
Okay. So what are your duties then, if you've never done a head count?
So I work on the floor, so I normally just observe, do basic base rounds, which is walking through the tanks to make sure that the inmates are okay, just observing them from outside the tanks as well, feeding them, taking them in the rec, and making sure they go to their visitations and things of that matter.
So are you a DSO1? Would that be the right title or right rank? What is your rank, a DSO what?
I'm just a detention service officer.
Okay. So you haven't been promoted since you started yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so do you have the authority to write somebody up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you write Mr. Thompson up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the restriction that resulted from your write-up?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
What was the restriction that he received from your write-up?
I'm not sure. I never really got to follow up with my supervisors from that.
What do you mean?
So normally when they are written up, they do get some restriction time for it, but I was never updated about it with my supervisors.
Now, you were asked to come testify here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't think it was important to find out what the punishment was to this great offense you're talking about today?
So I did look it up in the system, but it didn't really show.
Okay, and you didn't do any further investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further from the state.
may this witness be released?
No objections from the state.
She may, Your Honor.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
State calls to the stand Detention Officer Manze.
Good morning. Why don't you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. State, may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Let me have you turn to the jury, and could you state and spell your name for the record and tell them how you're employed?
DSO Manze is MANCAY.
And DSO Manze, how long have you been with Dallas County?
5 years.
And are you a detention officer at the Blue Stair jail here?
Yes, sir.
In your time as a detention officer, have you supervised an inmate by the name of Harold Lavance Thompson III?
Yes, sir. first name is Mary.
Mary? Okay, thank you.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
This is seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you tell this court what seat Mr. Thompson is in?
Seat number 4.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness is identified as defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Can you tell this jury, how long did you supervise Harold Thompson?
I guess he was on my floor approximately maybe like 3 or 4 months.
Can you tell this jury what kind of an inmate was Harold Thompson when you supervised him?
He didn't always follow the rules. I always had to repeat, to tell him, put your clothes on, basically like that.
I'm handing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 178 and 179. Would these be photos that you took from one of your write-ups of Harold Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the State offers in the evidence State's Exhibit 178 and 179, tending to defense for objection. And 178 would be a photo of Mr. Thompson, 179 would be his wristband and wrist.
What's the date of these?
It's January 2024.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 178 and 179 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Looking at the screen, this is State's Exhibit number 178. Who are we looking at here?
Mr. Thompson.
And then State's Exhibit 179, is this just a picture you took of his wristband?
Picture of one and this.
Is that like an identification photo?
That's identification, yes, sir.
In January of 2024, did you have to write Mr. Thompson up for a specific incident?
Yes, sir.
What was that incident?
It was for fighting.
Can you tell the jury what happened in that particular incident?
I was making a routine face-to-face round. It's just where we go in to check on the inmates inside the cell. And I believe he was in cell ESO2, and I was on the top tier, and I seen several inmates inside in one cell. And one inmate came out with a lot of blood on him, and I looked inside. Mr. Harold was inside the cell, and he had like a scratch all over him and some like red whip marks. So I can tell that he was involved. So we just locked all the inmates down and separated 2 inmates.
The inmate who came out with a lot of blood, was that Mr. Thompson or was that the person Mr. Thompson was fighting?
You know, that was the person that he was fighting.
What happened in October of 2024?
In October of 2024, I was making another round inside the cell that Mr. Thompson was located in, and I seen a bloody towel on the table. So I asked all the inmates, hey, where did this blood come from, where did this towel come from? And they all said they didn't know. So again, locked all the inmates down. I went to go view the footage of the cameras, and since I worked at the war all the time, I know all the inmates inside the cell pretty much, so I identified the inmates that were involved. It was another fight.
Now, I believe in the October 2024 offense, you charged, or you wrote Mr. Thompson up for assault, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And the January fighting incident, you wrote him up for fighting, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between fighting and assault in the jail?
Well, the fighting is when 2 inmates are fighting each other. The assault is when the other inmate does not fight back. So if the other inmate doesn't fight back, then we put the assault on the inmate that assaulted the inmate.
And in the October incident, was it just Mr. Thompson alone, or was he working with others in committing this assault?
Mr. Thompson and another inmate was involved in the October fight. It was Mr. Thompson and another inmate jumped on another.
So they jumped an inmate?
They fought this one inmate. They did not fight back.
From your experience, in this photo, State's Exhibit 178, is that from the January incident?
That, I'm not sure which one.
Okay. From your experience, when it comes to fighting, was that something that Mr. Thompson was regularly involved with in the jail?
I'm only aware of the two incidents that are really from out of
Earlier when you and I had talked, you had an impression of Mr. Thompson. There's a parallel you drew with the way that Mr. Thompson gets involved in fights, and do you remember what that was?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell this jury what your impressions were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her impressions, her personal impressions of Mr. Thompson. She can clearly testify about any incidents he was involved in, but any personal opinions she may have is irrelevant, highly prejudicial, and does not aid the trier of fact in punishment for this matter.
The state's response.
Your Honor, this is punishment. We're allowed to get into character evidence. If this is character evidence, she's allowed to give her personal impressions, being that she supervised them for a period of months.
Defense objection is overruled.
Can you
Will
please?
this man answer the question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please tell the jury what your impressions were of Mr. Thompson's behavior?
When I would always make the round, what I observed after watching him over months, my impression of him is like, if you, just say you're out there playing football, and you see a guy make a bad play and he hits someone, the referee don't see the first hit, but they see the second hit. So he might throw the first punch, and you might not see it. So I'm referencing him throwing the first punch, and we don't see it because he ties his hand behind the back. But you catch the other person that throws the second punch. So that's the way I see him. It's like he plays innocent, but he's really involved in a lot of things.
Have you had any other incidents that you can remember while you supervised Mr. Thompson?
You know,
That's the witness.
Defense.
Now, Ms. Mancy, you said that you supervised him on your floor for 3 to 4 months.
I believe it's 3 to 4 months. Yes,
Well, that's what you testified to on direct, so we can take that as an accurate number?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that he plays innocent. That's what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In supervising him, isn't it true that Mr. Thompson was jumped a number of times in the jail? You aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, you aware he's been beaten up?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, can I approach your Honor?
You may.
Did you review his records prior to coming here today and testify?
I reviewed the 2 reports that I reviewed.
Who is that?
That's Mr. Thompson.
Okay, and this is a photograph of him in the jail, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And this individual looks like they were beaten up, right?
It appears so.
Okay, so can you fairly and accurately depict in this picture from the jail that this is Mr. Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and these are pictures that are typically taken in the jail when an incident occurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you can attest to the fact that this is a jail incident photo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it involves Mr. Thompson?
It does.
Okay, Your Honor, I need an exhibit sticker. Your Honor, we move for the admissibility of defendants, 1, tendering to the prosecution for objection.
And Your Honor, the state would object, proper foundation, and also lack of personal knowledge. This deputy has already said that she's not aware of any incidents where this defendant may or may not have been beaten up, and she didn't take this photo.
Well, Your Honor, we get into taking photos. That was a whole issue we had throughout the trial, and things still came in. However, she was able to testify that this is a photo of this defendant. It accurately reflects the person in the photograph. She testified that this is a jail photograph that is routinely taken after an incident occurs in the Dallas County Jail. So we believe the proper predicate has been laid. Also, we would argue that it goes to impeachment, that he is an individual who she testified plays innocent. He starts things. And this photograph directly contradicts that. So we have a couple of different grounds.
What date was
The photograph we have, it was taken on October the 24th, 2024.
all right, does the state have any other response?
Same response. This wasn't a photo that this witness took, and this witness has no knowledge of whatever incident defense counsel may be referring to. Therefore, she cannot authenticate this photo.
She She doesn't need to know of the particular incident. She knows that this is the photo of the defendant taken in the jail. And so, state's objection is overruled. Defense exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
All right. So I am showing you this photograph. That's Defendant's Exhibit 1. Who is that photograph?
It appears to be Mr. Thompson.
Appears to be, or is Ms. Thompson?
It looks like it is.
Okay. And what do we see from Defendant's Exhibit number 1? What's happened to his eye? What has happened to it?
Well, it's got hit in the eye.
Okay. Okay, so we have a swollen eye on the defendant, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
ma'am. I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
And this is a photograph that was taken in the jail.
Objection, Your Honor, that question calls for speculation.
You know, she has already testified that during the ordinary course and scope of an incident, this is a photograph that's taken. She testified about the door in the background, so that's already been
Objection is
established.
overruled.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
you can answer the question.
Yes,
Okay, so this is a jail photograph.
yes.
Okay. And your interaction with Mr. Thompson, you said was 3 to 4 months.
Yes.
Okay. And you know how long he's been in jail?
No.
Okay, but longer than 3 to 4 months.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about how he didn't always follow the rules. You said always.
Yes,
Okay. And that's indicative of most inmates at the jail, right?
correct.
Not just at our jail.
Correction.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to know that this photograph was taken during this defendant's
State.
stay in the county jail.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. So, you said that, let me ask you a question. When you supervised Mr. Thompson in 2024, do you know when Mr. Thompson came to jail?
Do I know when he came to jail?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Okay. And if this photograph was taken October 2024, that would be during this time he's in jail?
During the time he was in jail, yes.
Okay. Now, you said that, I think I asked that question already. And I believe you testified earlier that you only had 2 incidents where you had to write him up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the restrictions he received during that time?
I didn't look at his two days. I don't know what restriction he got.
You weren't curious as to what happened to your write-up?
Ma'am, I didn't go back and look at it. Once I write them up, I've done my part of the,
Did you review your write-ups and all that before coming to testify here today?
I read the report that I've written up on it. That's it.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see what the repercussions were from your write-up?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further from the state.
may this witness be released?
No objections from the state.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, she may be released.
Thank you, ma'am. State, call your next witness.
This time, Your Honor, we'll reintroduce all our evidence from the state's case in chief and bill innocence, and with that, we'll rest.
Thank you. What says the defense?
Your Honor, we would like to put on our case in chief. We waive our opening.
Go ahead. Call your first witness.
We call Melody Noble.
Good morning. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor, before we start, I'm gonna make a request. The exhibit we had, I keep trying to cut this back on, because the state reached over and cut it off. So if I could request that they cut it back on. Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Melody Nobles.
And would you tell this jury, how do you know Harold Thompson?
He is my son.
Okay, and how old is Harold?
He's 23.
Now, you know we are in the punishment phase of this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is for the incident in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the state's witnesses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to go through some things. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you saw Defendant's Exhibit 1, right?
Yes.
On the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
How many times would you say you visited Harold? Roughly, not exact.
Let's see. Every week since he's been locked up, so. At least 100.
Okay.
Since he's been locked up.
And during those times, how was Mr. Thompson's appearance?
For the most part, his appearance has always been very well. He keeps up his appearance very well, as far as the way that he's groomed, the best that he can, and he's in jail. Other than the instances like this where he was jumped.
Okay. And were there times when wellness checks had to be conducted?
Not to my, no, yes, in this instance, yes. A
Okay.
wellness check did have to be conducted, yes.
Okay. And how did you intervene?
I intervened by, contacting the jail first of all, because they were withholding the information about what happened. So basically, really just speaking on his behalf, trying to call up here, find out what was going on, what had happened, what was being done, because of what had happened, you know, the incident, so.
And you heard testimony that Mr. Thompson is a menace.
Correct.
As his mother, how is he a menace?
He is not a menace. My son has never been in trouble prior to these allegations. He does not have a violent record. He's never been violent. He has 2 sisters that are from me, as well as a sister on his father's side and 2 brothers. He's always been compassionate, loving, protective, caring, giving, and not even just in the sense with his sisters, with individuals that he's been in relationships with, or just nieces or nephews. He's a very caring and loving individual, and I'm not just saying that because I'm his mom. He really is, and many people can attest to that.
Can you tell this jury why is Mr. Thompson silent?
My son is, he's always.
Objection, Your Honor,
Yeah.
cause for speculation. Why he is silent?
If I may reply, Your Honor.
Rephrase your question.
Okay. Well, you heard the testimony from Ms. Maldonado, I believe was her name, saying he was a silent person. Can you tell this jury?
You'd have to say yes or no.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have about that. Yes.
Can you tell the jury why he's a silent person?
My son has always been a silent person, ever since he was a child. He's just more to himself. He interacts with family, but he's just kind of more to himself and just, shy, if you will. But he's always, since he was a child, has been quiet. Even since he's been incarcerated, he pretty much is like everybody comes to him because he's more the reserved, quiet individual. He just likes to stay out of the way, if you will.
And can Mr. Harold Thompson be a productive member of society?
Most definitely.
How so?
Most definitely. He is very smart, and again, I'm not saying this because I'm his mother, but he's very smart. He's a hard worker. He's a kind individual. He gets along very well with others. And I know that he has, and God has a great future in store for him. He very well can be
put back out into society and be productive and make that impact, a positive impact on others. He's not a danger to society at all. Again, he's never had a criminal record, he's never been violent towards anybody, nothing of that nature.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Jerry Varney. I'm with the District Attorney's Office. If I ask you anything and you don't understand it, please just ask me to repeat myself. Can you do that?
Okay, yes,
All right. So you're Harold Thompson's mother, is that right?
yes.
And you're not here to say anything bad about him, are you?
I'm for what's right and what's wrong. So if he is doing something in the wrong or handles himself accordingly, I most definitely would say that.
Okay, and so you said you visited him in person over 100 times. You think you've gone more than 100 times, like way more than 100, or right at 100
Not more
times?
than 100. He's been incarcerated for just shy of 2 years. It'll be 22 months on May 10th. I have been here, other than the weeks where he has been in lockup, I have been here at least one time every single week that he's been here, sometimes two.
And as a mother, you want to make sure that you can support him and have that face-to-face time with him, correct?
Most definitely.
And you know, as a mother, if you didn't have that face-to-face time, how would that make you feel?
Well, first of all, it makes me feel like if I had the opportunity to have the face-to-face time and I did it, that I wasn't doing my job as a mother. It's very vital to me that I support my son or any of my kids in anything that they're going through. So, yeah, it definitely made me feel some type of way if I couldn't see them.
And so you've been here watching the testimony throughout guilt and punishment, is that right?
Yes,
Like you were sitting right over here, correct?
yes,
So you heard Ms. Vasquez testify, right?
yes.
So how would you understand and do you feel for her and that she cannot see her daughter anymore?
I've been extremely empathetic from May 10th of 2023. What bothers me is unfortunately there's only been able to be one side of the story to be told.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Okay.
Sustained.
There's only been.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Yeah, just answer the questions that he was asking.
Okay, but I'm
Because you feel like,
empathetic, but there's more than one side. So.
you feel like your son's not being treated fairly, correct?
Most definitely,
Okay.
most definitely.
But you were here throughout the trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Saw the evidence against him.
Yes, sir.
Did you watch the video of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
When did you see it for the first time?
I saw it for the first time probably a few months after the shooting took place.
And so you talked about him as caring and giving.
Yes, sir.
But in your mind, you feel like his character squares with what you saw in that video.
Most definitely. Yes, he was very caring and giving to.
Let me rephrase my question, make sure you understand it. At the time he was arrested, how old was he?
22.
Okay. Where was he working?
He was not working at that time.
What place has he ever had a job?
My son does odd end jobs. We know people that work construction, do yards and stuff like that, so that's what he was doing.
But he's never been an employee of any company?
No,
Okay. How far did he go in high school?
he did not graduate.
How far did he go?
He didn't graduate.
Ma'am, how far did he go?
He went to 12th grade.
Is he a member of any church or religious organization?
Yes, we went to church. He grew up in church.
What church does he go to and participate in?
Arise Church in Duncanville, Texas.
And if he was arrested in May 10, 2023, when's the last time you think he walked into that church?
Probably earlier that year.
And what charitable organizations do you think he took part in or participated in?
That I don't know.
You said he was shy, is that right?
Yes,
You watched the evidence as it was being presented, correct?
yes,
And you saw the social media posts he was making, correct?
yes,
Fair to say he was fine broadcasting himself to people in the image he wanted to present, correct?
correct.
And you saw the image of him, and we can pull it up here in a second, but the image of him, the video where he's riding around in a ski mask and with the latex gloves on, is that right? You recall seeing
Yes,
that?
I saw that.
Did he go around like that a lot?
No, now, he wears a face mask because if anybody knows, there's a thing that's called, and I'm just,
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You may answer.
the face mask in this day and era is almost like, it's a trend. It's in, young niggas, and I'm not even gonna just black people, young niggas, they wear them, so it's not uncommon at all for them to wear them. My son is actually, he does not like taking pictures or anything, like it's surprisingly, I have very little pictures of him because even as a child, like he doesn't like taking pictures, he's like his mom, he doesn't like it. So yes, he's on social media and doing whatever, but he covers his face because he just doesn't like to be shown. And again, he doesn't even take pictures for that. But again, the purpose for the mask, regardless if it's right or wrong, it's again like a trend right now. If you go home and Google young niggas and baklavas or however you say it, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's not because he's violent or he's hiding himself from anybody or any of that. It's a trend. It's what they do. Literally.
You say they, Miss,
Yes, sir.
You say it's what they do.
Yes.
Who is they?
Young niggas, blacks, whites, Hispanics, Asians. It's a trend. That's what they wear.
And it's clear your son wanted to be identified as one of them, correct?
He's already identified as one of them by society.
Oh, had you ever met, Gabby Gonzalez before?
Not in person, but we spoke many times by phone and by text.
Did you ever meet, may I stand, Joanne? Did you ever meet her children?
No.
Did you saw the evidence, that we put on during this trial, is that right? You were
Yes,
sitting here
I've seen
throughout the
everything.
trial? You saw the video where he's standing in that bathroom where the young child is saying, "Mommy, mommy," right underneath him. You recall seeing that? So,
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. Yes, I'm sorry.
so it's clear your son knew Gabby had children, right?
Yes, he helped her take care of them, yes.
And, did you know that Gabby was pregnant?
Yes, I was very aware.
Did you know they had agreed to terminate the pregnancy?
Yes and no.
Oh, please, explain.
When I spoke to Gabriela in April, it was agreed upon, he was kind of just going with her decision and respected that because she did have 3 children, and it was a lot. When I had spoken to her in April, it was as if she was leaning more towards having the baby. We even had text messages in regards to me asking her, hey, can I do anything for you? Do you need vitamins or anything? And she'd be like, oh, no, ma'am, I'm going to Walmart, I'm gonna get some in. So it was almost as if she was planning to have the baby. That was 2 weeks before she terminated. But to answer your question, I was very aware of the pregnancy and knew that they had discussed the abortion, him being in support of her. But I also knew that she was, which is understandable, that she was kind of battling back and forth with having the baby.
The reason I'm asking Ms. Noble is that your son wasn't like surprised or shocked she did this. He knew at some point she was going to go to Colorado and go do that, right?
Yes, he had an idea that she probably would.
Okay. You said your son never been in trouble before, is that right?
Correct.
Do you recall him being arrested for possession of marijuana in a drug-free zone?
Correct. Not in trouble as far as violent crimes. Having a little bit of weed on him, yes, he had been arrested prior.
Now, you say on him. Do you recall where they found marijuana?
Probably in his pockets or somewhere.
No, I'm not asking you to guess. Do you know?
On his body, somewhere.
Okay. Do you know if that's do you really know where it was found?
On his body.
Okay.
They searched him, so.
Do you recall? Did you ever talk to your son about a search warrant being executed at his apartment before the incident for which we're at trial?
For the impeding drug?
Oh no, for the marijuana in the drug-free zone. Did you know the SWAT team had been there before?
Yes.
Okay, so the SWAT team had been to his apartment before Gabby was killed, correct?
Yes, and he was actually in the middle of going to court for that, and they were getting ready to make a deal with him just prior. He never even knew he had a search warrant, and we have been in this building twice between April and May, and was never told, well, March and end of April, never told that he had a warrant for anything. He was never running for anything, he never knew he had a warrant for anything.
You talked to your son in a very close relationship, fair to say?
Yeah, we're very close.
You said you visited him in jail over 100 times. Do you talk on the phone with him and have video calls with him?
In jail?
Yes.
Yes.
How often per day do you talk to him?
I can talk to my son anywhere from 1 to 5 times a day, depending on how he's feeling or how he wants to talk or whatever.
And about how long do you talk to him each day, if you know? Average.
I mean, it could be anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, depending on how many times he calls.
And is this like a literally everyday occurrence?
I speak to my son pretty much every day. Every now and again, there's a day where maybe he's not feeling well and he skips a day, but pretty much I speak to my son every single day.
So in that time, have y'all talked about this case?
We do not go into great depths about this case, no.
Well, why not?
Why would we?
I mean, this is a very important time in your son's life,
Why
correct?
would we talk about a case on why he's on jail phones and phones that are being monitored?
Well, even when you're there in person, do you talk about it?
We try not to bring up anything pertaining to the case.
The reason I'm asking is just to see if he's ever expressed any remorse over what happened.
First of all, and as much as we respect the decision of the jury, I do not feel that my son did this. But to answer your question, my son is very remorseful for anything. I'm not gonna say for that happened on May 10th, because again, he maintains his innocence. But my son does have a remorseful spirit. I mean, from the time he was a child, even up until he's 21, and took my car and
Objection, non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You may answer, ma'am.
took my car and hit a trash can or something and knocked the mirror off, and he's like, you know, oh mom, like he's all nervous to tell me, and he was remorseful even in something in that manner. He immediately rectified the issue and got it taken care of for me. So my son is a very remorseful person when it warrants it, yes. And he has expressed emotion during this because not only despite what's been put out here about him, and despite what you hear them saying, my son loved Gabrielle. And as a mother, I knew that. And I did hear it in his voice every time he would call me. And she would be there with him. We would talk. He loved her very much.
Let me ask you another
So
question.
sympathetic as I am for the family, and I know anybody that knows me
There's tissue right there.
knows that my heart is broken for his lost ones and her siblings. I also know that my son loved her and her children very much, and so he's expressed a lot of emotion when it comes to Gabrielle not being here and
Objection, Your
and
Honor,
his
to
child
narrative.
not being
Objection,
here.
Your Honor, to narrative.
I'm done.
Ms. Noble, you said that you have feelings for Ms. Vasquez and their family, but do you feel they were honest and on the witness stand as they testified this week? You feel they were telling the truth about Trey?
With all due respect, and again, I don't want to be disrespectful, with all due respect, no. Again, only one side was told about everything that happened during the duration of the relationship.
Well, and you're talking about the relationship between Trey and Gabby, is that right?
Yes, yes, sir.
And where was Trey living at the time Gabby was killed?
He was living, I forget the name of it, Mountain Valley Apartments.
The apartments we're talking about during the trial.
Yes.
Okay, and he's 20-something years old, he's living on his own, correct?
Yes, with the roommate.
And the relationship between he and Gabby, you're not privy to what goes on between them all the time, are you?
Well, I know that she lived with him
Okay.
for a few months.
Who passed the witness? Thank you.
I have no redirect.
All right, may this witness be released?
She may.
State.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness.
We call Annalie Pasina.
Is she here?
Ma'am, do you want to stand up and talk to the family back there or call another witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't turn around, look behind me, so I apologize. We call Kaylin Ware.
You can please stand. Would you raise your right hand for me? You can sit down. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense may proceed.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Caitlin Ware,
Spell Kaylin since it's spelled differently.
K-A-L-Y-N, Ware, W-A-R-E.
And how do you know Harold Thompson?
He's my baby brother.
How do you?
I'm 27.
So you're the older sister.
I am.
And have you and Harold lived in the same house as he was growing up?
Yes.
Okay. And how was Harold growing up?
Goofy. He is a character. He is funny, protective of me. I'm the oldest sister, but you probably wouldn't know if you didn't know my age. Loving. He would come and borrow my CDs, and without me being there, and feel bad when I came home and be like, I used them. He's always he's honest, loyal.
Has Harold expressed wanting to finish getting his high school diploma?
Yes,
Okay.
I even offered to help him with it,
And what did he want to do with getting his diploma?
just to achieve it, make our grandmother who passed away proud.
And that was one of the things she wanted.
Yes, all her grandkids to finish high school.
Now, you understand we're here in the punishment phase
Yes,
of
ma'am.
the trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Being his sister and knowing him your whole life, or his whole life, can Harold be a productive member of society?
For sure.
How so?
He's intelligent. When we were kids, he would always want to fix stuff. Computers, anything electronic, he loved to mess with.
And growing up with, go ahead, sorry.
Trying to pull himself. He taught us how to cut hair when he was 10 years old. Honest truth, 10 years old. He got some clippers, the old school clippers that look like scissors, and he practiced. And that is how he would earn his money as a child. We always work for everything we have. He earned his money cutting hair. If he's able to be put back into society,
Do you believe he has something to contribute to
he
society?
does. 110%, 1,000%.
In your family, how many siblings are there?
Ooh, from my mama,
Yes.
She has 3 total, so I'm the oldest, my brother, and we have a younger sister.
Okay. And out of the 3 of you, was he the shy one?
Definitely.
Okay. And was that growing up?
Yes.
And did that continue to adulthood?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If I ask you anything and it's hard to understand, just ask me to repeat and I will, okay?
Okay.
All right. Your family's relatively close, correct?
Yes.
Talk a lot with one another,
Yes.
in person and on the phone, correct?
Yes.
All right. Whose phone number is 469-479-1231?
My sister.
Which sister? What's her
Harmony.
name?
Harmony.
Harmony, what's her last name?
Nobles.
All right. Have you been in here throughout parts of this trial?
No.
Okay. Well, if there was testimony that from that number on the morning of the killing, turn your phone off, came out around 8 a.m., that phone number is your sister's phone number, correct?
Correct.
And so, the morning this happened, did you get word that Gabriella had been shot, or something that had happened with Trey?
I had no idea what had happened, but I was going to work. I had got a phone call and said the detectives were outside my mom's house. She heard me going anywhere. They were also questioning my sister, who's also a minor. So at that point, that's when I got word that something could happen. I just didn't know what it was.
And your sister wouldn't be a part of, like, trying to conceal a crime or anything like that, would she?
No, sir.
Now, you said that your brother was goofy and funny and gave haircuts, right?
Yes.
At what point did you, in knowing him, did he make this transition to wanting to present himself as a YN or young nigga or whatever? When do you recall that happened? How old was it?
That never came out of his mouth.
I'm not
He
sure if you
never-
understand my question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
At what age did he start presenting himself that way?
To me, he's always been my little brother. I don't look at him as society looks at him. So I can't answer that question for you.
And I'm not really asking you about society, Ms. Ware. You heard your mom testify, right?
Correct.
And you heard her say he wants to dress that way and present himself that way. You heard her, correct? Is she wrong?
Respectfully, what I'm being asked is wrong. That's not what she said.
Oh, okay, so we just all heard that wrong, correct?
Do you understand the question? Ms. Ware, do you understand the question that he's asking? Do you want him to rephrase it?
I did. I understood it.
Do you want to answer it?
Ask your question again.
You heard your mother testify that that's the way he wanted to dress and present himself, like a lot of other people. Do you believe she's wrong in the way she characterized that?
Yes.
We had social media pictures of him walking around, riding around in a ski mask, at times with latex gloves. Did you ever see him going around like that in person or on his social media?
No, sir.
So it's fair to say he's able to conduct and present himself in a way that you would not be aware of at all. True?
True.
And how many times have you visited him in his therapy? And I will break it down, a few or many times.
Many.
All right. How many times you talked to him on the phone? A few or many times?
Many.
How would it make you feel if you were unable to have that contact or talk to your brother?
Oh, it will break my heart. When I haven't been able to talk to him, he was a lockup, it broke my heart.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a couple of other questions. You said that you've been in jail to see him many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the times you went to see him, his face looked like this?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your mother talked about the ski mask being a trend.
Yes, ma'am.
And she talked about young niggas in society label them as young niggas.
Yes.
Do you agree that the ski mask was a trend?
Yes.
And is that why he wore it?
Yes.
Now, Harmony Nobles, you were asked about the phone number for Harmony.
Yes,
Harmony was a high school, student?
still is, yes.
Okay. How old is Harmony?
Currently 17.
And at the time of this text message you're talking about, she would have been 15? Almost 2 years ago.
Yes.
So they're asking you about a text message a minor sent.
Yes.
You didn't send a message,
No,
and your mother didn't either.
no.
Okay. Pass the witness.
All right, state,
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
made this witness be released.
She may, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We call Shantae Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, you raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You state your name for the record,
Shantae Griffin.
and I'm gonna need you to spell Shantae, because it is spelled really different.
Shantee. Last name is Griffin, Griffen.
All different variations of your first and last name.
Yes, ma'am.
Whew. How old are you, Shantae?
I'm 47.
How long have you known Harold Thompson?
He was in my best friend's stomach. So, yeah, I've known him his whole life.
Okay. And what are you known as to Harold Thompson?
Auntie, pretty much auntie, mama's close friend, everything.
Okay.
Family.
And you are aware of why we're here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is punishment phase.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you sat in a couple of days during the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had some interactions with the criminal justice system in your family?
Yes.
Okay. So how does that bear on your position with this case? The short version.
Yeah. It's rough, you know, but regardless of the fact, you know, I can only just say that, you know, their decision is their decision, and regardless of how I feel about it, you know, I have to accept it, you know, but I don't always, you know, I don't have to like it.
Fair enough. You've known Harold his whole life.
Yeah.
You've heard testimony that he's a menace, that he's violent, that he would do this again. Those are things that the state's witnesses said. Do you agree with any of those statements?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I wouldn't allow someone that would do something like that around my kids. And he's been around my kids. His whole entire life he's been around my kids, so.
1 second. The two in the back, passing the phone back and forth, are you using the phone in here? Please don't use your phone in here. Put it away. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He's been around your kids his whole entire life.
Yes.
How old are your kids?
My son is 27, my daughter is 18.
And can Harold Thompson become a productive member of society in the future?
I believe he can,
Why?
just because of how smart he is. I mean, he is very intelligent, and he's a good kid. And regardless of what anybody thinks or how anybody feels, like, he's able to get back out here and just make a difference.
Knowing him his whole life, has he always been reserved?
Very.
How so?
Like, he would never just like come to me, like I'd always have to go over and just kind of, you know, get in his face, like, hey, so Auntie's here, hello? Like, you know, he's always been real quiet and just off to himself, and even when my kids would come around, like, he still was not like, oh my God, they're here, you know, he just wasn't like that.
And how was the family structure?
It was always really good. There was always, you know, my best friend's parents were always there, you know, her brother, the kids always there. And then when they had family functions, like, it was always like family. Like, it was really warm and everybody was loving, and like, we just always had a good time though.
Now, you've seen females being brought through here as state's witnesses. Were females the majority of the matriarchs in Harold's life?
Yes, pretty much.
And where was his father?
Somewhere. I mean, I honestly, I don't know. He wasn't around much.
Okay.
He definitely wasn't around as much as, you know, he was always welcome to be.
So did the majority of the guidance and structure and love and support come from the females?
Mostly, and, you know, his grandfather.
Okay. Thank you. I pass the witness.
Ms. Griffin, is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna publish states 177. Have you ever met any of the people in this video? Oh, excuse me, in this photograph?
No.
Okay. So you said you were friend of the family. Is that the best way to characterize it?
Yes.
And so you were around him. Were you around him when he was ever with Gabby even one time?
No, I've never met her in person at all. I've always heard a lot about her. When I talked to my best friend, like, and even when I would see Trey, like, I just heard about her, but I'd never met her.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever hear about her having children? That the girl he was dating had kids?
Yes, I heard that.
And did you find out when she was pregnant?
I did find out. Mm-hmm.
And did you find out when they had agreed or talked about terminating the pregnancy?
That part I didn't know. I just knew that they were gonna have a baby, and as far as the rest goes, like, I didn't really know. I didn't ask, cause, you know, it wasn't my business, but, you know, I didn't find out anything about as far as like the baby gonna be terminated or anything, so.
And you said that growing up, he had a pretty strong family structure, is that right?
Yes.
People to teach him right from wrong.
Yes.
People that would help him if he needed something or needed help in some way. There were people there to do that for him. Fair to say?
Yes.
Did you ever see him in a situation where he was so desperate, no one to turn to and no one would pick up the phone for him or anything like that?
No.
So even at the time of his arrest, May of 2023, if he needed something, he could have called you up.
It's possible, yes.
Did you have his phone number? Did he have yours?
He had my number, but I didn't, you know, we didn't really talk on the phone much. Every time I saw Trey, it was when I was at Melody's house.
And you said Trey is either, and I don't, please tell me if I'm mischaracterizing what you're saying, but you said regardless of how anyone feels, he's a good person that can contribute to society.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel that.
Now, I want to take that first part. You say regardless of how anyone feels. Do you really feel that way no matter anyone, how anyone feels about it?
Yes.
Do you understand that there's some people that may feel different than the way you feel about Trey?
Of course. Of course. Everybody has a right to their own opinion and their own thought. But my thought is that regardless of anything, like, I feel like he would be, it would be okay for him to go back into society. There would be no cause for him, you know, any other way.
He never punched anyone in front of you, has he?
No,
He's never strangled anyone in front of you, has he?
no,
He's never given anyone a black eye in front of you, has he?
no,
And he's never trashed someone's car in front of you, has he?
no, never.
But if those things did happen, you would understand how someone might feel different.
Of course, of course.
Have you had a chance to visit him or talk to him since he's been in jail?
No,
Have you been getting updates from his mom or any other family members?
I talked to his mom.
Do you know who the number 469-479-1231 belongs to?
No.
Would that number be in your phone if you were to look?
It probably would be.
Would you take a look and see if you know who the number
I
that
don't
is?
have it just back.
You can grab it.
Are you asking for permission?
Yeah.
Grab the phone?
Permission for the witness to step down to retrieve that.
You may.
You need that number again?
Yes, please, sir.
469-479-1231.
That's Harmony.
And would that be Harmony Noble?
Harmony Nobles, yes.
We'll pass the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Defense?
Just real quick, Harmony Nobles is his baby sister.
Yes.
How old is she?
She is 17,
And how old was she at the time of the incident?
14, 15.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, any other questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No
Yes, Your
objection
Honor.
from the state.
All right, thank you.
The defense rests, Your Honor.
Do both sides rest and close?
Stay rest and close.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence in this punishment phase of the trial. Now, we don't have the argument of counsel yet, and I haven't read the charge to you. This charge will give you the law that will guide you during your deliberations, okay? And I'm going to read it to you, and I will send it with you to the deliberation room afterwards. All right. State of Texas versus Harold Thompson, charged to the jury. Members of the jury, by your verdict returned in this case, you have found Harold Thompson, herein defendant, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment. The court has received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant. You will now limit your deliberations under all the law and evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which is now your duty to assess. The punishment authorized for murder is confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, or for a term not more than 99 years nor less than 5 years. In addition, you may impose a fine not to exceed $10,000. You are instructed that in assessing the defendant's punishment, which you will show in your verdict, you may take into consideration all the facts shown by the evidence admitted before you in the full trial of this case, and the law as submitted to you in this charge, and the charge given to you by the court in the guilt or innocence phase. Parole law. The length of time for which a defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Constitutional rights. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. But if he chooses not to do so, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this punishment phase of the trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. Extraneous acts. You are instructed that if there is testimony before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed offenses or acts other than the offense of which you have found the defendant guilty, you may not consider such evidence, if any, for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such offenses or acts, if any. The burden is on the prosecution to prove such extraneous offenses or bad acts beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution's proof must exclude all reasonable doubts concerning the extraneous offense or act. Therefore, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous offense or act, then you may consider such evidence in assessing the defendant's punishment. If you do not so find, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed an extraneous offense or act, then you may not consider such evidence, if any, in assessing punishment. Concluding instructions. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, or relate any matters not in evidence before you, nor should you consider or mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected in this case which is not shown by the evidence. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight given to their testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court which is herein given to you and be governed thereby. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions are to be wholly disregarded. You are further instructed that your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberation and not by drawing lots or any other method of chance. Nor shall you add any combination of figures and divide the answer thereto. When you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror shall fill in and sign the verdict form that conforms to your verdict. And then please use the jury call button on the wall, and one of the bailiffs will respond. And this is signed by me, Judge Chica Anya. And on the back page is the verdict form. It reads thus: State of Texas versus Harold Thompson. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty of the offense of murder, unanimously assesses punishment at confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of, and there's a space there for the number of years. Here you enter life or not more than 99 years nor less than 5, and assess a fine of, and there's a space there for you to enter an amount from 0 up to $10,000. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. All right, having read the charge to the jury, are both sides ready to proceed with closing arguments?
Your Honor, state is ready.
How about the defense?
Defense is ready as well, Your Honor.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Defense counsel. Remember back during jury selection, when we talked about the difference between the guilt-innocent stage and the punishment stage. The guilt-innocent stage, if you likened it to a photo album, guilt-innocent stage is just a single snapshot, a single moment in time. What happened on or about May 10th, 2023, and is this defendant, Harold Levance Thompson, guilty of the murder that occurred on that day? But then we also told you that once you go over to the punishment phase, now you're looking at the entire photo album. Okay? because now you're determining his sentence, what the appropriate sentence would be. So now you get to look at the complete picture of who this defendant is. Good, if good exists, and bad. You have now seen who Harold Thompson is at his core. Consistently, from Gabriela Gonzalez's family members to Nelda Simpson, to the detention officers who came and testified today, this defendant has shown himself to be somebody who does not care. He doesn't care how it makes you feel, whatever his actions are. He doesn't care what effect it would have on you, especially if you're a woman, especially if you're a female. Here's a guy who apparently, his girlfriend was pregnant with his child, and he didn't care. It didn't stop him from putting hands on this woman repeatedly, battering her. It didn't stop him from tearing up her stuff. He lived with Gabby Gonzalez and her 2-year-old child. He was aware of the 2-year-old toddler that she was taking care of. He knew she had that in her life. He knew that she had those other kids. And he still took her from this earth. And the manner in which he did it, again, shot her down like a dog, like an animal, and left her to bleed on pavement at a gas station, broad daylight. You heard from the witnesses, there were kids there on their way to school. Let me go get these kids some donuts and some juice. Oh, look, a guy just slaughtered a young woman right in front of us. He didn't care who was around. And then you look at his behavior in Lucerne. He's been in Lucerne since May 10th, 2023. And in those times, incident after incident after incident, you would think a guy who is in jail on a first-degree murder charge would be on his best behavior. But yet, here he is. If he's not jumping inmates and fighting with inmates, he's masturbating repeatedly. He's picking out whatever female detention officer's in front of him. There's a window. He knows that that officer can see him, and he doesn't care. Pants down, genitals out, stroking it, the most just imagine how creepy, how shocking that is. And again, he doesn't care. You all saw the video of that shooting. Remember, when you saw him shoot that poor woman 3 times, remember how quiet it was in the courtroom. I don't know if you saw it, but when the lights came on, when the video finished playing, this defendant was having a lighthearted moment with his attorney. He was chuckling. Now, I don't know what they were talking about. It's not about, I'm not talking about the substance of whatever it was they were talking about. But in that moment, in the gravity of that moment where we just saw a mother of 3 slaughtered in broad daylight, that's when he took the opportunity to make whatever lighthearted comment and to chuckle when everybody else is silent in shock because he doesn't care. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is where you all come into play. This is where the power resides with you. This is where you get to exercise that power because you get to be the ones to determine how long it will be before this defendant hits your society again, before this defendant is able to go back to that gas station on Walton Walker and Keeneland and slaughter another person in broad daylight. Women, children, whoever around, he didn't care. You all have the power to make that determination. And so here's what I'm going to ask you. What more do you need to see? The penalty range is anywhere from 5 years up to 99 years or life. What else do you need to see for it not to be life? He slaughtered this woman. Again, 1 shot to the head. She fell to the ground, lifeless and limp, and then he still fired 2 more times. What did that woman, what did Gabriela Gonzalez do to you to make you do that? And how long is it that you guys want it to be before you see him on your streets again, impacting your society? And don't get me wrong, what happened in that particular neighborhood, I know some witnesses testified it's Section 8, it's the slums, it's the hood. What happened in that neighborhood impacted everything. It had a ripple effect throughout Dallas County. One of the witnesses who testified, she worked near Highland Park, the behavioral therapist. She took what she saw that morning with her to her job across town. Another witness was a driver. He drove across the Metroplex. He witnessed this slaughter, and then he took what he saw, and he's moving around the city. What this defendant did has an impact that reverberated throughout Dallas County, whether it's Richardson, Garland, Highland Park, wherever. So this is your community now. This is your chance to make a decision as to how to best protect this community from Harold Levant Thompson. And I'm going to ask that when you go back there and you deliberate, I'm going to ask that you return a verdict of life. Life. Because what more do you need to see?
Thank you, counsel. Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is the last time I get to see you guys. Last time you guys get to see me. I want to address a couple of things. I find it very interesting how the prosecution stood up and talked to you about the conversations I had with my client. I'm allowed to talk to my client, and my client is allowed to talk to me. But that's what they were paying attention to, me having conversations with my client. They were talking amongst themselves throughout the whole trial, all three of them. But they point out how I'm talking to my client as a defense attorney. Well, that's what we do. It's called attorney-client privilege. I can talk to him all day, every day. And that's low of them to even mention that. So let's get on what this part is about. This is the punishment phase, where you get to determine how much time you are going to assess in this case. Now, I want you to pay attention to the people who were paraded through here. They brought 4 DSO officers. Now, Dallas County Jail is full of DSO officers, more men than women, but they paraded 4 different women through here. And you heard from one officer who says that he was written up because he wouldn't put his shirt on when he got off the bunk. And that's one of their rules. You heard the other officer say he was written up because he was masturbating. But he was standing in front of a window in front of a lady, but the lady didn't see him, right? Remember that? You get to remember this testimony. So then you heard about a fight he got into, right? But then what did I show you? They said he's the aggressor, that he's the person who was fighting other people. Look at his eye. It is completely closed. Completely closed. He's got blood running down his eye. But they want to paint the picture to you that he jumps on everybody in the jail. But you heard the DSO say, no, this happened in the jail. Yeah, he's been jumped into jail. So let's talk about this. They want you to see, they said the whole picture of Harold Thompson. They brought in 4 people to tell you he's pulled his penis out and masturbated twice, that he's gotten into a fight, and that he wouldn't put his shirt on. In 2 years of being in jail, that's what they brought you, to show you the whole picture of Harold Thompson. What do we know? We've got a young man who had barely reached the age of adulthood, who goes to jail. And you heard the DSO officer say, when a person hits the jail for the first time, they have to get acclimated. They have to learn the rules. They have to know what to do and what not to do. This stuff that you heard on the stand from the DSO officers, what did I ask them? Are you saying this doesn't happen in jail? This happens all the time. And I'm not here to tell you whether it's right or wrong, but it's not like Harold Thompson was sitting up there doing all of these things and he's this one person who's a mea culpa. Jail culture is a completely different culture than walking down the street of Irving Boulevard or Highland Park. You take the individuals where they are, and where he is where he's been for the last 2 years. The question is is he someone who can be a productive member of society? He is 23 years of age right now. And regardless of how anyone feels about your decision, they respect that. But this is not a life case. The state has asked you to give this 23-year-old man life. What does that accomplish? Nothing. Life, remember the range of punishment is 5 to 99 or life. 5 to 99. 9. Life is a heck of a long time. And I understand we are here for a murder, but this is not a life case. And on the same token, I'll give it to you. This is not a 5 case, but it definitely is not a life case. He is somebody who wants to finish his degree. And be a productive member of society. We have a criminal justice system for a reason. And it's not to throw people in jail and throw away the key. It's rehabilitation. At 23 and you're talking life? Seriously? This is not a life case. By any stretch of the imagination. The question you have to ask yourself is, what has the district attorney's office shown you that would warrant giving this young man 99 years? You've already convicted him of the offense of murder. So now it's time to assess the punishment for that. You heard the lady on the stand say what she said, and that was her opinion about Harold. Even though she had never met him before that day and hadn't seen him since until she entered the courtroom. She can't tell you what Harold will do in the future. Nobody can, because we're not God. But what I submit to you is, look at what has been presented to you from the stand. They talked a lot about what his minor sister did. The girl is a minor. She's a teenager. What she did has no bearing on Harold. What has bearing on Harold is, one, you convicted him already of murder. First-degree murder, 5 to 99. And is he someone that can be a productive member of society when he gets out? We submit to you he can. People do dumb, stupid stuff all the time. You punish them for it, let them see the error of their ways, and give them a chance. You don't lock them up and throw away the key. You don't make a 23-year-old a 99-year-old man. We're asking you to assess a punishment that's in conformity of what the criminal justice system stands for. Regardless of how you feel about me, I'm his attorney, I have a job to do. You don't have to like me, but that should have no bearing on the sentence you impose. When we first started Word Diary, we said we wanted to make sure that not only the state had a fair trial, but also Mr. Thompson. And that's what we're asking you to do. This man has not sat in jail and just had peaches and roses. Look at his face. Look at that face. He hasn't been the pod king or any of that foolishness that the state would ask you to believe. I'm asking you one last time not to check your common sense at the door. Because this is the time you're going to need it more than ever. And the state said something that you have to assess the amount of time when you're comfortable with Harold Thompson getting out of jail and potentially going back to the shell. That's your task right now. So I ask you to listen to the evidence. Remember, nothing I say is testimony, definitely nothing they say is testimony. You heard from the 4 DSO officers and the other 3 witnesses. Police officer who testifies all the time on every murder case. You heard from the mother and you heard from the witness. And on our side, you heard from the mother, you heard from the aunt, you heard from the sister. Listen to that testimony and use that evidence and use your common sense and assess a range of punishment that allowed Harold Thompson to get out and become a productive member of society. Thank you for being here and doing your civic duty these past 6 days. It's in your hands now.
Thank you, Counsel. State.
Please, court. Defense says this is not a life case. I respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree because it's already been a life case. These folks have been sentenced to a life without their mother. They will never see her again. She got worse than a life sentence. He gave her a death sentence on that gas station concrete. And so for us to sit here and say, well, you know, people do quote unquote dumb, stupid stuff. This ain't dumb, stupid stuff. This is murder. This is an execution. This is ending everything Gabby was, everything Gabby ever could be. The defense says, well, people have to have a chance to grow up and learn about their environment. She will never grow into anything else. The only thing she'll grow into is a fading memory of her family. They'll hold on to her as long as they can. And they will tell you they will never forget her, but time is undefeated. There will be a day where Dallas County will not be thinking of her so closely as they are right now. And you are responsible for how she's remembered or how this case is remembered. Because the defense says, well, when are you comfortable with him being at a Shell station on 820 Walton Walker in Keeneland? My guess is most, if not all of y'all have never been there before. You're probably never going to be there in the future. But it's not about when is he going to be there. When are you okay with sharing the street with him? You're at a crosswalk. If you see him walking by, how are you going to feel? Are you going to wonder, why is he out? Why is he here? What has he done to deserve to breathe free air? Nothing. The defense says, well, look at how he got beat up. We all follow the law. I'm not going to sit here and say I support anyone assaulting anyone, but we don't know what happened with that. But you did hear the officer say, well, he likes to start stuff, and then look what happened to me when the authorities show up. But think about it. If someone caught him the day this happened, he would have looked worse than that, right? You leave a woman laying there like a dead animal on the ground. You run away, you try to get away from it. It's awful. I have no reservation in asking for a life sentence for this case. If life sentence is available, it's available for this type of case. It'd be one thing if you heard testimony of some kind of mutual fight, right? She came at me with a knife, we were scuffling, she ended up dead. Y'all may have disagreed and found me guilty, but you can see how it happened. There is no element of that whatsoever. When you watch, I don't know if you're sick of seeing this video, but if you need to, watch it again. She's walking and turns her head, she doesn't even see this coming. He killed an innocent person that could not fight back and then left her to die. Now, you heard me cross-examine his family. I don't know if I came across as mean to him. But the reason I asked the questions I asked is because, is it any surprise he's here? All you saw was a group of people that just enabled him to the point we are where we are today. They could not stop him from doing anything back then. They would not stop him from doing anything, and they will not stop him in the future. He's the middle child, but they treat him like a baby. Everything he does is right. Everyone's lying on him. He's being treated unfairly. And somehow this case is about him instead of about these people. I'm not trying to make his sister out to be a villain because she said turn your phone off. That's important because when there's a chance to do right or wrong, they're going to try to help him in the moment. That's what friends and family are for, right? To help us. But you are charged with protecting the community going forward. Now, the defense says, well, let's think about the justice system as a whole. That's fine if that's what you want to think about.
but we're talking about him today. When are you okay with him being out? Defense says life is too long. Well, it's too long for them. The reason I asked the question over and over, how many times did you visit him? How many times did you call him? Is because they have a chance to do it. No, whatever you give them, that's going to keep going. He's going to get to talk to his mom. He's going to get to talk to his sister. He's going to get to continue a relationship over time no matter what you give him. They will never talk to her again. And that means something. It means something. It means everything. He deserves life. Life sentences are for cases such as this. This is what I suggest. Because you have to come up, everyone has to agree. Judge says you can't take averages. You can't come back, well, most of us think this, but 2 of us think that. You got to agree, all 12. But I submit to you that you come back with life. Letters, not numbers. But if you think because either your view on the criminal justice system or something you heard about his character thinks that you should come down, I say start at life and then come down from there. Don't start at the bottom going up. But I don't think you should be out long. I think you should be talking about life sentences because this type of case warrants it. Her body screams out for justice from the grave. Come back and send a message that her life mattered. Send a message that the lives of women matter. That how he treats women matters. The defense says, well, why do you keep calling all these women up here? Well, that's who he chose to disrespect. He chose to follow what the male guards were saying, but if it was a female, I can masturbate in front of them. I don't have to follow their rules. Doesn't that just go right in line with all the messages of abuse and the cycle of violence and the mindset that you know he has? Yes, he can respect his own mom, his own sister. Of course, they enable him. But he can't respect women, whether he's in jail or out. Send a message that this case is one that is of the extreme nature. And it requires the harshest of sentences. Life is harsh. It's harsh for them. It's harsh for those kids. Why on earth should it be any easier for him? We ask that you sentence him to life in prison. Do not spend 1 second talking about the fine because it does not go to the family. Put in a 0, draw a line through it. But we ask that you sentence him to life in prison.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have all the evidence in this punishment phase. You have the argument of counsel and the court's charge. I'm going to send you back to the jury room to deliberate until you reach a unanimous verdict.
All rise.
Y'all may be seated. foreperson? Has the jury arrived at a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will proceed to read the verdict. And the verdict reads thus. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty of the offense of murder, unanimously assess his punishment at confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of life and assess a zero fine, signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Please raise your right hand if that is your verdict. The record will reflect that all hands are raised. Does either side wish to further poll the jury?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Juror 1, is that your verdict? Yes.
Yes.
Juror 2? You have to say, yes. Juror 3?
Yes.
Juror 4?
Yes.
5?
Yes.
6?
Yes.
7?
Yes.
8?
Yes.
9?
Yes.
10?
Yes.
11?
Yes.
12?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes, y'all may be seated. That concludes your service in this case. You are no longer under my rules or instructions. You are now free to discuss this case with anyone that you like, any member of the public or spouse, or whatever the case may be. So immediately following this, I'm going to impose this sentence, okay? The life in prison that you assessed, I'm going to impose it on the defendant. And the state will call witnesses for what we call the victim impact statement, where the victim's family will say their piece, talk to the defendant, tell him how they feel. You can sit in the courtroom with the public if you want to, listen to all that. You also have a choice to talk to the attorneys if you want to after the proceedings. You don't have to, okay? So I'm going to speak with you for just a minute or two. And then after that, you can do whatever you want. You can come back to the courtroom and listen to the rest of the proceedings, or you're free to leave, okay? Thank you all so much.
All rise.
Y'all may be seated.
Madam, I'll mark these judges so I can give them to you.
Yes, you may. State, line up your victim.
They're here. Ms. Simpson, you understand that this is off the record, this is victim impact, this is a chance for you to talk directly to the defendant. The only rules are that you cannot ask him any questions, and you must keep normal courtroom decorum as best you can, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is your,
And that goes for the victim's family and also the defendant's family. Please do not, and Mr. Thompson, please do not respond to anything that the victim's family states or make any facial expressions. I know this is a difficult time for both sides, so please respect the process. Go ahead, Mark.
I just want to let you know that May 10th, it will stay with me forever. You hurt someone that caused me trauma. I can't even, there's every day that goes by that I think about that, your evilness, those cruel eyes, that cold stone look that you do. That lady didn't have to die like she did. You could have let her go. You could have. We wouldn't be here today, but you wouldn't let her go. You would not let her go. Even when I asked her what I could do for her, and all she said was she wanted her kids, you wouldn't let her go. I stayed with her all the way through, all the way to the end, and I couldn't even save her then. You killed her. You're cold. Her family doesn't have to go through this. Her kids. You ought to be ashamed of what you've done, but you show no remorse, none. You're cold. There's no explaining, none. So I hope now with this, I can get peace. I can rest. I don't have to worry about this anymore. You caused me to leave that place where I lived. Because every time I turned that corner, I would see that. That's not fair to me. But most of all, I just want to tell you, the family shouldn't have to have gone through this because of you. But what happened to you is what you deserve, okay? It's what you deserve. And I hope you live with it every day of your life. That's all I gotta say to you.
Thank you.
Samantha Rubio. Same instructions as the previous person, Ms. Rubio.
Is it okay if I read from my phone?
Yes?
There's many things I want to say to you, Trey, and I want you to look at me when I say this to you. Have the balls to look at me, just like how you did when you shot her on the floor. Not once, but you went ahead and did it 2 times, wanted to do a 3rd time, but you missed. You could have been out here living your best life. She could have been out here living her best life as well with her kids. But you chose not to be smart that day. You chose not to leave her alone, like she had previously mentioned to you. Asked you, begged you, leave me alone, please. You chose not to, right? So now here we are. You didn't have to put your family through this. You didn't have to put my family through this. You left a huge hole in my heart. There's nothing in the world that could fill that hole that I have in my heart now because of you. Now, that's something that you'll have to live with, the last memory of her. Instead of her pretty face, you know how you always were hugging her, kissing on her? You won't be living with that memory of her. You'll be living with that memory of you shooting her in the head, then stepping over her dead body, shooting her again. That's the memory you're gonna live with of her. Now, I hope that memory of her haunts you for the rest of your life, and I hope that you get no peace at all. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Ms. Vasquez? This is your time, man.
Mírame,
Look at me.
mira a mi hija,
Look at my daughter.
así como tuviste pantalones para hacer eso a mi hija,
Just as you had the pants to do that to my daughter.
mírame a mis ojos.
Look at my eyes.
No puedes, ¿verdad?
You can't, right?
¿Tú sabes el daño que me hiciste a mí,
Do you know how much harm you did to me?
a tu familia?
To your family?
¿Por qué tú a mí no me quitaste la vida primero?
Why didn't you kill me first?
¿Sí recuerdas que decías a mí que me ibas a matar?
Remember you used to tell my daughter you were gonna kill me?
Tú la hubieras hecho sentir muy mal, la hubieras destrozado.
You would have made her feel so bad. You would have destroyed her.
Yo no tenía hijos chiquitos
I didn't have young children
que iban a sufrir por mí,
that were going to suffer because of me.
como mis nietos sufren por su mamá.
Like my grandchildren are suffering for their mother.
Tú sabes que ella adoraba a sus hijos.
You know she used to adore her children.
Espero que Dios te perdone, porque yo no pienso que, no creo que yo pueda.
I hope God forgives you because I don't think I will be able to.
Destrozaste mi familia.
You destroyed my family.
Tú sabes que mi hija era adorada por toda la familia.
You know my daughter was adored by the whole family.
Yo la busqué hasta encontrarla.
I looked for her until I found her.
Tú lo sabes bien,
You know very well.
pero allá está el que te va a perdonar.
But up there is the one that will forgive you.
Y cada que pienses, vas a pensar en mi hija.
And every time a thought comes to you, it will be my daughter.
Cómo me la dejaste estirada como si fuera un animal.
How you left her lying on the floor like an animal.
Recuérdalo toda tu vida.
Remember that all your life.
Y que Dios te perdone.
And may God forgive you.
Gracias a todos por ayudarme.
Thank you everyone for helping us.
Thank you.
It's all yours.
Okay. Did you get his,
Yes, yes, Judge.
Okay.